in our blood, flowing in our veins. Sweet calypso music, sweet, sweet calypso music. In trouble time, we help us to ease the pains. Sweet calypso music, sweet, sweet calypso music. Music to make you whine, music to make you grind. Music rooted in Africa, of our grandmama and grandpa. You can't stand still when calypso music. It is in your roots and it is in your blood to stay. Oh yeah, yo.
Tell them no, I say, well, gentlemen, I'm gonna do the best I can. As long as you challenge me, well, I go for have a go. They all indicated that they were getting bored, and they will appreciate something new. So I thought it best to change to the minor chord to see really who is who. Big band, who be on the tenor? Big band, bringing out the minor. Big band, what come the professor? Big band, to act to the fire. Big band, calling on Bradley. Big band, to challenge Beverly. Big band, which means Desperado. Big band, go answer to you. You go hear a pan in A minor with a steel band from all over. You're gonna hear them on the battle. You're going to a test. You're gonna hear them on the pass. Born in the grass. Big band, big band, big band, big band. I walk around the room and I started to
Yo,
I know how to prove to them
yo.
I have the ability.
we stand for the national anthem of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, played by Logan Stevens on the pan. Somebody say, yeah! Pantastic Saturday 2026. National Stadium. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we got to pay homage to our sponsors. The National Lottery Authority, Flo, Glenelg, Grenada Tourism Authority, Ansa Coatings Grenada Limited, Bryden and Miners Limited, Unicoma, Carib and Star Mulch, Grenada Bottling Company Limited, Grenlec, Pegs Enterprise, Breakfast Bites, Tropical Catering, KJ Solution, Casey's Trading, Spotify, official digital payment partner, Liat Air, ABC Bank Grenada, Superb Distributors, IMA Grenada, Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, Real Property Grenada, and Job Oil, official rum of Spice Max 2026. National Stadium, we are here. Pantastic Saturday 2026. Are you ready?
Good afternoon to the viewers and listeners of this Panorama, Spice Mass Panorama 2026. Here we are, and we are going to be giving you the live commentary on Panorama 2026. With me is Mr. Alan Gaskin, and I am Cecil Noel, and we will be your commentators for this evening's proceedings. This evening we have 8 bands that will be vying for Panorama Championships 2026. Just to give you an idea of the order of appearance. First we have Core Band Comancheros, and they will be playing a selection, Party Different by Dash. They will be followed by St. Mark's All Stars, playing No Place Sweeter Than Home by Inspector. Third, we'll have the IMA Rainbow City All Stars, and they will be playing the song Tongue Action by Short Spree. Then fourth, we have the Pan Osia, that they will be playing Bouquet Now by Short Spree, and they will be followed by Gravel and Concrete Pan Angels, playing Tongue Action by Short Spree as well. In sixth playing position will be Republic Bank Angel Harps, and they will be playing Dung and Greens by Mr. Golden. Seventh, Pan Wizards, and they are sponsored by Blast. They will be playing The Return Up by Boise. And in eighth position, we have Nexa New Dimensions, playing I Got Me by Sakina. So we are set and ready for exciting night of Pan. So I will just ask my co-commentator, Alan G, to greet everyone as we get ready for the sweet songs of steel. Alan?
Yeah, good evening to our listeners and viewers. Welcome to Spice Mass Steel Band Panorama Pantastic Saturday 2026 at the National Stadium. We are very excited and we await the start of the Common Churros sponsored by Quap Bank, and they are the defending champions, Cess. Not to be biased, but this is Cess Band. Cess has been an arranger for Common Churros for a long time, and he knows the band inside out, and we are waiting to see their presentation on the lovely decorated carnival stage here at the National Stadium. We're all ears, but we also going to walk you through what is expected based on the criteria and the judges and so on.
Yes, Alan. So as I said, it's good. I expect it to be a really exciting evening of Pan. I also noticed that in the midst we have a new band that's going to be performing for the first time. That is the St. Mark's All-Stars out of Victoria in St. Mark. And we are really keen to hear what they're going to do because, as you are aware, the trust in terms of increasing the number of steel bands in Grenada as well as the quality is one of the agenda of the government through the creative affairs. So we are, in fact, looking forward to that.
The band is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, this band here is from St. Paul's in St. George. The band was formed in 1967. The manager, Stephen Greenwich. The arrangers, Andre Maestro Greenwich and Michael Panguru Smith. Captain, Dr. Jonathan Ramirez. Drill master, Avian Duncan. The tuner, Lloyd and Federico Gay. The number of players, 85. Number of pieces, 216. The band is sponsored by Grenada Cooperative Bank. The tune you've just heard, Party Different, sung by Shondel Dash Amade and Aaron Voice St. Louis. This band won the Senior Panorama Champ in 1994, 2006, 2007, 2014, 2016, 2018, and 2022, and 25. National Stadium, put your hands together. Let's welcome band number 1. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, Coop Bank, Comancheros!
destroying it venue when it comes to Lord. We party different. Different. We party different. Different. Boy. From the back and now we back and I start going on this game job in me house. Somebody take me way for way. From the back and now we back and I start going on this game job in me house. Somebody take me way for way. Rhythm up, na 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 na. Oh yeah. Yo, Dash. Boy, say, you come to move, we come for that. Some feel to mash up, we come for man. Some come to the boat, we don't for that. We don't for that. We party different. Different. We party different. Different. Boy. From the back and now we back and I start going on this game job in me house. Somebody take me way for way. From the back and now we back and I start going on this game job in me house. Somebody take me way for way. Anyway, the boss that we show to see we. Back and all is matter we jumping up everywhere. From the time we reach, we bring the gate. One side the whole island the place. Mass and brass are the only grail. Punch it all in there, send one for I say we're dead, when the badly wounded. I say we don't fear, everything we moving. Look at us way, my crew is the landlords in there. How we destroying it venue when it comes to Lord. We party different. Different, we party different. Different. Boy. From the back and now we back and I start going on this game job in me house. Somebody take me way for way. Make some space. From the back and now we back and I start going on this game job in me house. Somebody take me way for way. Make some space. You will never see a party that could better than this party. If you come here with your posse, you know. We just party hard, hey. So calling way. Big vibes from you and we drinking. If you take a look back in history, the vibes in dead. I say we're dead, when they badly wounded. I say we don't fear, everything we moving. You gotta swear, my crew is the landlords in there. How we destroying it venue when it comes to Lord. We party different. Different, we party different. Different. Boy. From the back and now we back and I start going on this game job in me house.
National Stadium. They're cheering for band number 1, Coop Bank Comancheros. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, we have some entertainment for you. This man is one of our true entertainers.
Okay, so we just heard from the Core Bank Comancheros, a selection, Party Difference done by Dash and Vaughn, arranged by Andre Greenwich. Now, I will just give you a brief run-through of what the judges are looking for, and then we'll make some comments. First of all, for arrangement, the judges are looking at arrangement, and on arrangement, the introduction, reharmonization, melodic development, the motivic development, a total of 40 points. Under general performance, you have interpretation, dynamics, creativity and balance, again 40 points. And then you have tonal quality and blending of the pans, 10 points. And rhythm, the consistency and application of rhythm, another 10 points. So as the Comancheros, as they make their way off stage, 7-time Panorama champion, I just asked my co-commentator, Alan G, to give some comments on the performance from the Core Bank Comancheros.
Thank you very much, sis. The first thing I want to point out is that you can see and hear the sound of the drums, meaning that the pans are well tuned. And well-tuned pans fall under the category of tonal quality. Comancheros have a very, very top-class tuner in that of Federico Gay, the son of the great Lloyd Gay. And you can hear the sweetness of the notes being echoed and played by all the players that performed this afternoon. But they were filled of energy.
Yes,
and you could see the conviction, and the assertiveness that they exhibited while presenting their piece, and a lot of work has been put into it. We as past arrangers and players, we know the amount of work that has to put into Panorama practice in order to showcase what they did tonight. But I think they did a very, very good job. They did what the arrangers wanted them to do. And one of the things that we frighten off in Panorama, says, as you'll know, is a false start.
But I'm glad you mentioned it, because the way I would like to craft my comments is really based on what the judges are following. Now, be careful. We are not judging, and we are in no way going to say anything that can influence the judging. But I would like to, in order that people get a full appreciation for what is happening, what the bands play, I would just like to make my comments in that way. So, for example, we heard the introduction of Comancheros, and I think it was a very powerful introduction. It made an opening statement. And in terms of introduction of music, there's certain things that we usually look for there, Alan G. We look for the setting of the tempo. And I think they had a really nice, lively tempo for the tune. So that was clearly established. The key, you could have heard at least from the time they started, that this is the key that the band is going to be playing in. And they also set the mood for the rest of what was going to follow. And of course, I think by virtue of the powerful, introduction, they also captured the attention of the audience. So in terms of what I think they would have achieved in terms of the introduction, I think they did very well. And of course, we heard the reharmonization. You want to touch on a little bit?
Yeah. Harmony is basically replaying or rephrasing melodic parts of the song, where you probably will add extra notational structure to the original melodic structure, so you get a fuller song, a bigger song, a broader song. Any part of the melodic structure, whether it's the verse melodic structure or the chorus melodic structure. Yeah. So there are two melodic structures that are intertwined into one: the verse melodic structure and the chorus melodic structure. And so you could use your harmonization around those notes. Now, one of the things that I must point out, when you're playing the song in its original state, the song itself without arrangement, a lot of times arrangers tend to play single notes. But when you're reharmonizing, you put extra notes to create the harmony.
Yeah, that is correct. That's where we start using all the notes in terms of the chord structure to add that to embellish it and add more to the music. Yeah. So in terms of the reharmonization, again, I think they did a really good job with that. I mean, we can hear the middle section. And again, I just wanted to my commentary to be educational as well. I would imagine most of you understand, or I would like to think most of our listeners understand the whole arrangement and the orchestration of the pan. So we have the front line, which are the tenors carrying the melody. And then we have like the high seconds, guitars, cellos, and so forth that are playing the chord. And the reason why I'm introducing this, because when we talk about the reharmonization, we know how to start going beyond just listening to that front line melody that is played by the tenor. And now think of how the chords and everything else help to build the music as it go along from introduction all the way down to the end. And then, of course, apart with the middle section playing the chords, we also have the background, that's the bass section. And most importantly, sometimes ignored, is the rhythm section. So all of them come together, to aid in terms of what the quality you get coming out of the performances from the bands. And of course, we will be hearing a lot of those tonight. We heard the different development as well. We heard the melodic development. And by that I mean, you heard a song. And what happened with the melodic development is that you will take some of the key lines out of that song and you would use it and play it in different ways, phrase it in different ways, to help make and add color to the music. Yeah. So Alan, what were you thought of the developments?
Yeah, the thing about developments is, it's like you are leaving the song behind, but you are going with the song. Every part of your development arrangement, you must be able to feel or see or relate a part of the original melodic structure with your development.
Yeah.
So like I'm saying, I like to teach like that. You're leaving the original song behind, but yet you are going with it, because you have to show relevance as to which part of the song you are when you are developing. In other words, there must be a marriage, okay? You could do what you want, but the marriage must be seen between the original melodic structure and the developing melodic structure that you're using.
And we heard that clearly in Comanchero's performance. So for example, what you heard is after the introduction and the verse chorus was being played by the tenor pans, you then heard like the middle section taking over, and you could still hear the melody being carried in by the middle section.
Yes.
And there were even a part of it where the bass was also carrying the melody line. Yes. So although you had all those musical development around the song, really and truly you were always still in tune with hearing the main aspect of
the original structure. And that is what it's about. You cannot get carried away when you're arranging. Something might sound sweet, but that sweetness must show relevance. You have to do the whole thing together. Like I always say, you cannot spray a car and just spray the bonnet and leave the rest unsprayed. It's a holistical thing. Everything must be coordinated together. So when you're developing, you must take pieces of the original song and develop, but you must have a part of the orchestra playing that part, so that they can show relevance.
And of course, that, based on what Alan said, that also fall in line with the motivic development, which is where you have, let's say, a nice hook line or a nice piece of the music that the arrangers sometimes just use in different ways, to help bring it out. So we were very clear on that. The whole interpretation of the song as well, it says party differences, and I think the feel we got from this very start to the end was one of a party mood, both in terms of the tempo in which the song was played, and of course we had some dynamics in it. And sometimes when we hear dynamics, musically we think a lot of just the question of volume. And although it is predominantly that, but I think you can also think of the dynamics in terms of the skill set of the players, the way they actually played in certain ways, That actually helped to the dynamics. I know there was a part of the song, for example, where you had like, first of all, the note was being rolled, brum, and then you hear it start playing in some quarter notes, and then it went to some 8 notes and some 16 notes, and that in itself kind of added dynamics. So it went from brum to da 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 dum da 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 dum da 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 da. Yeah, and you know these are some of the things that add to the dynamic, because in itself it helped raise the volume. You heard some of the crescendos inside as well.
Yeah, it's using the different type of notes within the rudiment of music to create, development parts for your song. I want to talk a bit about the crescendo. I always, like when I'm teaching, I always say a crescendo is like a spirit. You want, and if it's there, it appear and disappear. So you must not anticipate a crescendo. A crescendo is something that it just happened out of the blues. It's not something that you could start. You cannot start to play a crescendo and then become soft in volume. It will just happen like that, And Comancheros did that this afternoon. I'm very proud of them.
Well, we have the second. We have the second band now on stage. So what we will endeavor to do is, this band is a very new band. It's just, we do not have much in terms of the bio on the band here with us, but we will endeavor to just let you know it is one of the newest formed band. It's out of Victoria and St. Mark's, and they, as I said, they will be playing Inspector's song, No Place Sweeter Than Home. The band, as you can see, it's really small, in comparison to Comancheros who played earlier on. So we do look forward to hear from them and what they have to offer. So again, we await, and maybe as we await, we can just make some further comment if you wish, Alan. I know we touched a bit on the tonal quality of Comancheros, and we could have heard the quality in that of the pan, and even the quality apart from just the quality in terms of the blend and how the pan is made. Again, a lot hinges on how the pans are being played, because a well-tuned pan and not properly played could actually cause the quality to sound terrible when you play it. Yeah. But I think for all part, we had a good showing from Comancheros in that opening selection. Consistency with the rhythm, again, that was very much intact, I would say, Alan. Yeah. So altogether, we had a really good performance there from Comancheros.
Yeah, I'm happy that they were able to execute the song, in the way that they did, and they should be proud of themselves. They were very large in numbers. This time says I think there were 85 players. Yes. That's a lot of people to coordinate in an orchestra, playing an arranged piece together, and it tells the amount of work, as I said before, that the arrangers has put into it, to be able to showcase so beautifully here this evening with the Quab Bank Comancheros. And they should be proud of themselves. And Quab Bank Comancheros have nothing to prove. They are a winning steel band. They have many winnings and trophies under the belts. And it is a powerful steel band movement and organization. And they are alive, they're kicking, they're moving forward. And I'm proud that they were able to be here tonight to represent and to defend their championship from 2025, being the Panorama champions. I wish them very all the best tonight. And we await to see what the others have to offer. And also I want to say, playing in position number 1, there's no steel band I know in the world that wants to play in position number 1. It's really difficult, it's just not a good position at all. But somebody has to do it. But Comancheros did it, and they did it well.
But if I may comment on that, sorry. My take is that whereas it sometimes seems that being at a disadvantage, I think it's also a very good advantage. The important thing is that once the band is properly prepared, rehearsed, and you go there and give it of your best, what it does, it sets the tone by which the others need to now come and surpass. So sometimes really and truly what you do is as an opening band, a lot depends on your level of preparedness. And I think once that is done, you get it going.
This band was formed in 2023. And ladies and gentlemen, it's their first time in Panorama. The manager of the band, Devon Britton. The arranger, Terrence Skeet. The captain, Martin Cap Simpson. The number of players, 45, with 140 pieces of instrument. Tonight, their song, No Place Sweeter Than Home, sung by Elimus Gilbert, the inspector. They are currently unsponsored. National Stadium, I want you to put your hands together. Let's welcome on stage in their first Panorama, St. Mark's All-Star Steel Orchestra.
Spent 15 years in Washington. Last day she came to jam for the carnival. Who said she? I don't know, but she very lucky to bounce up along with man like me. She said so nice, everything alright. Believe me, I'm feeling fine. I want to wine. I say, honey, you better listen to me. Once you keep up the pace, you're in the right place. When the DJ play Peter Humphrey, she raised her hand and she tell me, taking no place sweeter than home. I say she gone crazy when they bring in flying turkey. No place sweeter than home. Just give me permission, I want me permission, because no place sweeter than home. Paisani and them watching, girl you never know what they thinking. No place sweeter than home. But she whining home, leave me alone, my only home. Are you from me?
National Stadium. Let's hear it for St. Mark's All-Star Steel Orchestra.
Well, Sess, there you had it, the St. Mark's All-Stars. I want to make a positive comment in relation to the initiative that the government has taken, because a lot of the bands that you see on the stage with that band, the new initiative the government has taken to develop steel band in Grenada, those bands were given to them.
That's Comms band.
Yes, through that program.
Yeah.
And a lot of villages now are now getting an opportunity to learn to play pan. You can see, I remember St. Mark's had a band called Cinco Peters.
Cinco Peters.
Oh, yeah, well,
Yes.
well, that's a
St.
long
Mark's Cinco
time
Peters, yeah.
ago, right?
Yeah.
And
Actually, I think some of the members now are actually offspring from Cinco Peters.
So, yeah,
At
Cinco
least
Peters, yeah.
The organizers, yeah.
right? And it's good to see that St. Mark's is now being a part of the panorama after being absent for a long time.
Yeah.
But one of the things I want to point out in the piece that they just played, the name of the song is No Place Sweet as Home by Elimus Gilmore, the inspector. And very cleverly, the arranger took a part of Lorraine. Okay? It's by Explainer?
Yes.
Right. Lorraine, you better wake up. So, like, this, you see, that's what we was talking about. He borrowed another piece to show relevance of the original song that he was doing. And that is beautiful.
Yeah, but if I may comment, because from the notes I made as well in the intro, the actual opening statement, keeping in sync with the theme of that No Place Sweeter Than Home, what they did was use a portion of the national anthem.
Yes.
In the introduction.
Yes.
And that in itself, I think, send a message here. I'm very much in tune with what I'm doing. The name of the song is No Place Sweeter Than Home. So as part of it, part of the anthem was used. But I think for a small, what I would consider a small band, I think they did a lot of justice to the music. I'm really happy, as you said, to see, the trust being taken in terms of developing the band. But let's talk a little bit about the musical rendition, the arrangement. As I said, the introduction definitely and deliberately indicated what they were going to be doing in terms of the theme, the song. You can hear the various arrangements, both from the melodic and motivic development there as well. I am not absolutely certain, but I believe that the arranger for that band is Andre Skeet. I saw him there in front of the band. So again, Andre has been around for a while, and I think what he has done this evening with the St. Mark's All-Star is worthy of recommendation. I think he did a very good job. Having, I think that it's noted as the band, as it is now, was started in 2023. So there are a band that we will look forward to see, further develop and move forward. But I think there's No Place Sweeter at Home. It was a nice and sweet rendition, small band, so you didn't get a big song from them.
Yes.
But in terms of what they're doing, definitely, they are on the up.
One of the things, well, I wouldn't say one of the things, the main thing, or probably I should say one of the main thing in steel band is you have to have balance. You see, because it's a science, you must know how many tenors versus a bass, or 6 bass or 9 bass. How many cellos versus 3 guitars. So you must put or match the instruments with other instruments so that you wouldn't get one part top heavy or one part high end, right? Even with rhythm, you have to know how many pieces of iron, or scratcher or tok that needs to be used based on the amount of instrument that you have been displayed.
And as I stated earlier on, I know when we talk of dynamics, the emphasis is usually on volume. But here again, based on what you're saying, Alan, and especially as it relates to the steel band, it's really important because the balance says a lot in terms of what comes out of the music, the shading, the color, the dynamics, and everything else. So it is, but again, the balance, so with a small band, but I think just the same, as small as they were, I think I was able to hear all the different parts in terms of the bass, the middle section, the front line. So as I said, it's definitely a good move. We only expect to hear better from them and see them grow and, perform better.
They need to be encouraged, and whatever the ministry, or what's the name of the... Comspan. Whatever they're doing a very good job.
Yeah.
And we have to support them. Because, when I used to play, we had so many bands, more bands in Panorama, and so many bands have fallen out, and do not exist anymore. But I think this new initiative, we will be able to see at least 10, 11 bands, I hope, not too far. There's a new band in San Diego, not a new band.
Well, yes,
remember Corinthians
All-Stars.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Corinthian All-Stars is back up. And we're hoping, with support and encouragement, that they can make a statement and a presentation for next Panorama 2027. We hope so.
Yeah, and we ought to give some praise and credit to the Ministry of Culture. Well, actually, the entire ministry is the Ministry of Creative Development, Tourism, and Culture. And in particular, Minister Adrian Thomas, as well as the Chief Cultural Officer, Mr. Kelvin Jacob.
Yeah.
I think they have seen the need to improve on our steel band in terms of the number of steel band as well as the size of steel band. So that all goes well, because even in Kharkou, I know a lot of work is being done there. And if I remember quite clearly, that they are aiming that at least there should be one band in each parish.
Yeah.
So I think it's something close to achievement. And of course, we're talking about getting it into the schools and all of that. So although not much is being done or maybe being said, but this is the direction that the ministry is hoping to go with PAN. To the extent that someday we probably could have what we can refer to as large band and small bands and deal with that,
yes.
what sometimes look at as that disparity in terms of the bands, in terms of their size. Yes. But I think back to the commenting on the performance, they did a really good job considering everything else, and the tonal quality was there. Not sure of the Pantuna. We'll endeavor to try to get that information as well.
Yeah, I do not have the information on the Pantuna, but you can see their assertiveness. They were filled with conviction. They executed the part best of their ability. Given the fact that they're a new band, they will have a lot of young junior players. And so I think the arranger should be proud of himself that his music was executed, and it was enjoyable and listenable. And congratulations to them.
Yeah.
Don't tell me calm down. Coming like a hurricane. I hope we'll spark strong. So a hurricane. Spreading news all over, coming back. Cause I hate when they keep me in the dark. On the television and radio, they must make time and be public. Get another song, get another song. Looks me, Frankie. Hey, Daddy, get up my next one. Let me see this one. Bop, bop it up, bop, bop it up, bop, bop it up, bop, bop it up, bop it up. Some Calypsonians just get close and run away. And if they cannot take it, disrespecting the man them judges go there. Once they get popular, they do anything for Calypso King. They know who whining for crumb, all on the newspaper arguing. But I am not the type of person Them things cannot help me at all. My music must make the people happy. Instead of making controversy, the competition is great. On the night we cannot win. If you win and you don't win, keep on trying. One thing I understand, cause you're bigger than the man, and I have something to say they can't take away. I jam in them heavy, coming like a hurricane. So glad you wait for me. So a hurricane, this year is total trouble. Coming like a hurricane, I know plenty go grumble. So a hurricane, that is only some pressure from the north. That's the return of Hurricane Gilbert. The masqueraders must listen carefully, and the children will read it in history.
Take it up, Mr. DJ. Right up. Right up. Nice. Remember, we have a whole set of bands. So I had to go to come. Go to come and come to go. Right? All you know looking like all you ready for Juve. All you playing Juve, say yeah, yeah. All you playing Juve, say yeah, yeah. All you playing Monday Night Mass, say yeah, yeah. Right, it look like people playing more Monday Night Mass than Juve. If you think Grenada are the best Juve in the world, say yeah, yeah. Right, by far. I like that. And I go ask a question, I go cause some controversy now. What is the name of the best parish in Grenada?
Yo, you're going to release the beast, bye.
Them girls, them love fun. That's what the girls
We coming back.
Well, as a Rasta man, normally me no go downtown. So when I do, I go make it tongue. Last week I take a downtown, and she shot off a couple rounds. Hit a couple spots where we never been. Yes, we try new things.
One night of pleasure, one night, that's all. Could bring a lifetime of change. One night of pleasure, one night. One spark is all that it takes. And I say it straight, I feel right now she fall in love with the tongue action. Tongue action, the sweet action in tongue. Cause every night she in me head about tongue action. Tongue action, it's real action downtown. She said, come on now, let we go. Come on, let's go. I want to go downtown and party some more. I could do with that action all over again. Whether sun, whether rain, let's do it again. One night of pleasure, one night shows a spark, could bring a lifetime of change. One night of pleasure, one night. One spark is all that it takes. And I say it straight, I feel right now she fall in love with the tongue action. Tongue action, it's sweet action in tongue. Cause every night she in me head about tongue action.
National Stadium. We are here. Band number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, this band here is from Granville in St. Andrew. They are sponsored by Investment Migration Agency, Grenada. The band was formed in 1992. The manager, Mr. Miguel Fortune. The arranger, Jevon Andrews. The captain of the band, Richard Collier. Tuners, Pan Max. The number of players, 60. Their tune of choice, Tongue Action. You've just heard by Shot Pre. This band won a Panorama in the year 2000 and placed second in 2025. National Stadium. Put your hands together. Let's welcome on stage band number 3. I Am a Grenada, Rainbow City All Stars.
Yo, you're gonna release the beast, bye.
Tongue. Them girls, them love fun. Tongue. That's what the girls want.
Well, as a Rasta man, normally me no go downtown. So when I do, I go make it come. Last week I take a downtown and she shut off a couple rounds. Hit a couple spots where we never been. Yes, we try new things. One night of pleasure, one night, that's all. Could bring a lifetime of change. One night of pleasure, one night. One spark is all that it takes. And I say it straight, I feel right now she fall in love with the tongue action. Tongue action, the sweet action in tongue. Cause every night she in me head about tongue action. Tongue action, it's real action downtown. She said, come on now, let we go. Come on, let's go. I want to go downtown and party some more. I could do with that action all over again. Whether sun, whether rain, let's do it again. One night of pleasure, one night shows a spark, could bring a lifetime of change. One night of pleasure, one night. One spark is all that it is. And I say it straight, I feel right now she fall in love with the tongue action. Tongue action, the sweet action in tongue. Cause every night she in me head about tongue action. Tongue action, it's real action downtown. Say come on boy and let we go. I have a big surprise waiting just for you. My girlfriend calling me, yeah she keep texting me. How she want to go party, downtown for fun with me. One night of pleasure, one night could bring a lifetime of change. I'm telling you. One night of pleasure, one night. One spark is all that it is. And I say it straight, I feel right now she fall in love with the tongue action. Tongue action, the sweet action in tongue. Cause every night she in me head about tongue action. Tongue action, it's real action downtown.
National Stadium. IMA Grenada, Rainbow City All Stars.
Yeah, well, that was Rainbow City All Stars. The pans were beautifully tuned. I heard the melodic structure played by the tenors very nicely, and they were very energetic, executed the parts very well, and kudos to the arranger. There's one thing I forgot to mention, Seth, while we were discussing earlier, that arrangers across the table have to be mindful of repetitive parts, that you do not stay too long in a motive develop. You have to not repeat and repeat, especially when you have a progressional structure. And this is one thing that the criteria points to in relation to staying with a jam too long. It get uninteresting. Arrangement is that you always have to find a way to create new parts and move the music along. So this is something that I forgot to mention when you become an arranger, especially for steel bands. Try your best not to repeat as much as you can, but to always find new parts to showcase what you're trying to portray.
Well, I definitely agree with you. And again, for our listening audience, when we talk about that motivic development or the motive, just think of it as being like a hook line or popular line. And I think definitely with the rendition, the popular line, there was one night of pleasure. And we did, in fact, hear a lot of that in the song. But just to add to Alan's comment, no, there's nothing wrong with using it, but I think it's how it's being used. But overall, as Alan said, I think the tonal quality of the pan, if I may start there, it's really, really good. You could hear the clarity in the notes at the different ranges, whether it was the frontline tenors, middle section, or the bass. So again, I give them very good comments with respect to the tonal quality. The consistency of the rhythm, I think they started and they ended well in terms of that tempo that was set and the consistency of the rhythm. Again, the introduction, again, what they did is use part of that motive to say, this is what we're going to play. So we heard a lot of that throughout. Even when there were some of the reharmonization, again, you heard the motivic development of that part in the chorus, which says, one night of pleasure. Overall, I think it was a very good performance. Again, Javon Andrew is the arranger. He has been around for a while, but I think this is his first, not I think, but it is his first year arranging for the Rainbow City All Stars. Now the band, as I received some information, the band is managed by Miguel Fortune, and they are from St. Andrews. So again, that's out of the big parish, and we're really happy that the big parish, they continue to keep that band going. For those of you who may not be aware, they are also the defending
Pan
Expression champion 2026. So this band, we have seen a lot of strides and a lot of development going their way since they became or got sponsored from IMA. Yeah. And again, the reason why I'm using this, I'm making this point, is that once these bands get the necessary financial support as well as the other support, they usually do well. And we have seen this very clearly in the IMA Rainbow City All Stars. We have seen the strides they have made since being sponsored by the IMA.
Yes.
So again, we thank the sponsors for the part they play, and we encourage other people out there,
other potential
sponsors to come forward and assist the other bands that needs it.
It's very important that you say that, because that band has been out of a sponsor for a long time, but yet they still come to Panorama. They're coming from far, and so transportation. Look at all the chassis that they bought here tonight. It will cost a lot. But I want to give some information as to, for those of our listeners, when you see a band come on stage with the chassis and canopies, there's a reason for that. Okay, it's not canopies is not for decoration. Canopies is basically a part of the. I don't want to say instrumentation, but it helps keep the sound of the band within the band and gives it a nice color, and it helps the other players in the band to hear the song, because a steel pan is an acoustic instrument, okay? Those instruments are not electronically designed. It's acoustic. And so when you play the notes, it disappears. The wind takes it away. But the canopies are designed to hold the music inside of the band so that you get a balance of the listening of the players so they can execute their part easily, because the song is trapped in there so that they can hear it clearly. So that's basically the purpose. It's not for shelter in the rain, although if rain falls, it will cushion. But that's not really what the canopies are for.
But if I may comment, Alan, it's a really good point you're making there. I'm not totally in agreement with the way you said it, that it keeps it there. Because from observation, what I have found is that those canopies, as you clearly stated, it helps other players within the band to hear it. But what it also does, it helps in projecting the song forward so that the audience also get a better feel. So I just wanted to make that point. As you say, trapped inside. It's not just trapped inside, but it also helps in propelling it and pushing it forward. So it has its parts.
You're also right, but it's a multi-purpose initiative, or a scientific initiative that has been taken by the creators of it. And it solves many, many problems, as you say, hot sun, rain, being able to hear the band more clearly because the sound is there. So that's really basically the reason of, or some of the reasons that the canopies are designed to house the band. And of course, it looks nice for decoration also. You're under your canopy and you feel at home. It boosts your morale so that you can execute your music, effectively for those who are listening to what you are portraying.
Yeah, so aesthetically, you are correct, but it does a lot more than that. You spoke about it. It helped in giving the band a confidence. It helped in making the band's song, in some cases, even bigger than it really is.
Yes.
So all of these are very important points that need to be taken note of. But again, I think the rendition of Tongue Action by Short Pre was well, as we say in local tongue, put on by the band. And I think they did themselves and the parish justice. I'm sure the arranger, Javon, will be very pleased with what the players were able to play today. So again, we big up the big parish, St. Andrew, and that excellent performance. Now, just to give you a little historic fact on the band, they have also been Panorama Champs 2000 under the musical arrangement of David Peck Edwards.
The late David Peck Edwards.
And that has been their highest position. They have also placed second in Panorama. That was last year, 2025. So as I said before, this band is definitely on the up and up, and I accredit part of that to them being sponsored. So again, it's one of the reasons why we urge in the business community out there to come along and assist the different bands.
Yes.
The next band coming on stage is Pan Osia. It's one of the bands out of St. John. You can make some comments?
Yeah, it's not a old band. Remember St. John have 3 bands. They have Granroy Pan Angels, Florida All-Stars. Out of Florida All-Stars give birth to Pan Osia. So you have 3 bands there out of St. John's, and we have only one of them representing tonight. I don't think Granroy Pan Angel is on the list tonight.
No, they're not. They're not.
Yeah. So and also Florida All Stars. So
we have Pan Angels though.
Pan Angels is there.
Yeah,
Granroy.
yeah.
Yeah. Right. So
And they have received some sponsors.
Right.
So we'll come on to them in a bit.
So one of the things that you mentioned about sponsorship, which is very important, all those support that is needed. I don't think Florida All Stars have a sponsor right now. And so, we want to encourage the sponsors. They're doing a very good job, and we appreciate all the kindness and love that the sponsors has shown to the various bands thus far. But we're still asking for a little more. We want to encourage you and thank you. And we hope to see Florida All Stars 2027 in Panorama with a sponsor so that they can come and showcase and represent their parish. We should have 3 steel bands from St. John representing, because there are 3 steel bands from St. John.
Yes.
And so we would like to see Florida All Stars being a part of 2027 Pantastic Saturday.
And hopefully, if things go as planned, we probably will also see bands from, at least a band from Carriacou and probably from St. David's as well.
Yes.
So these are some of what we look forward to. Yeah.
I'm definitely looking forward to Corinthians. Corinthians is an old band, eh?
Yeah.
It's an old band. I remember when I was younger, they were sponsored by, I can't remember, White Dilemma, I think, Corinthians. And they were good. I think they won Panorama before, Yeah. I think as I see the band setting up on stage, Pan Osia, I have some info I just want to share with listening and viewing public. So the band Pan Osia Steel Orchestra was formed in 2009. The first year in Panama was in 2011. The senior band performed for the first time, is that what? No, it says here 2009. No, that's when the year they were formed. And as we were saying, there's a band out of Gove in St. John. So again, we're happy to see that they continue, they're sticking at it. The band manager is Norris Bernard, and the arranger is Robert Cadet. Now, Robert Cadet, he has been around for a very long time. I do remember Robert as well as a member of Comancheros. Yeah.
And he has been playing a really integral part in ensuring that Panusia stay alive.
Yeah, he used to be the arranger of Florida All Stars
At one
point in time. Yeah. And just to make a comment, this Panusia came second.
Yeah.
In the first appearance in Panorama. Was it 2011?
In 2011, they came second
yes.
in Panorama. Yeah. In 2012, they came third at the Pan Expression. As a matter of fact, they came third at both National Panorama and the Bomb Tune or Pan Expression. And in 2014, they placed fourth at Pan Expression and at Junior Panorama. So they have been around and they continue to do well. Again, we thank the people who have been there supporting them. This year they're doing the song Bouquet Now by Talpree. No, not Talpree, Shortpree. By Shortpree.
All those prees.
And it's arranged by Gerald Clark. Sorry, the tuner, my apologies, the tuner is Gerald Clark. And the arranger, as I said before, is Robert Cadet. They also have a drill master. And we must talk about that a bit. The drill master is McKenna Joseph. Because I tell you what, as a arranger, you can give the band all the music. But when it comes to drilling, to ensure that the bands get it right and set and prepared and ready to perform it properly at Panorama, that's where the drill master comes in. So,
or we will call them, back in my time, we used to call it section leader.
Yeah.
The section leader will be responsible for drilling the band.
Number 4. This band from Gove in St. John. The band was formed in 2009. The manager, Norris Bernard. The arranger, Mr. Robert Cadet. Captain, Rondell Welsh and Karen Mitchell. The tuner, Gerald Clark. The drill master, Makana Joseph. The number of players, 42. Their tune of choice, Bouquet Now by Short Pre. This band placed second in 2011, third place 2012, fourth place 2014. National Stadium, they are currently unsponsored. I want you to put your hands together. Let's meet and greet from Guave and St. John. Let's welcome on stage, Pan Osio.
Well, we can't stand by shot pre like you give up on us all, right? No, they know. Why I just find people who like to give people applause when they're alive, like they like want to wait until we're dead. My spirit go to backs up from my casket. All I know is I want me flowers. What it? Wait until I go 6 feet under. Give me them. All I know is I want me flowers. What it? Wait until I go 6 feet under. Bring me ashes and me bouquet now. While I go smell them, give me bouquet now. Not on my grave, and me bouquet now. While I go smell them, give me bouquet now. Go call me there. I ain't asking for much. Go and tell the truth about me. And see what go happen. I ain't asking for much. Just go and ask the truth and say what you care from the people. All I know is I want me flowers. I say wait until I go 6 feet under. Give me them. All I know is I want me flowers. Wait until I go 6 feet under. Give me breezes and me bouquet now. While I go smell them, give me bouquet now. Not on my grave, and me bouquet now. While I go smell them, give me bouquet now. Go call me name. Call me name now alive, and I can hear it. Shot, no matter with the crocodile tears all over my casket. Everybody know me as a man with a funny spirit. I always serious. Nobody come crying with your nice words, so I man go lose it. All I know is I want me flowers. Before it. Wait until I go 6 feet under. Give me it. All I know is I want me flowers. Before it. Wait until I go 6 feet under. Give me breezes and me bouquet now. While I go smell them, give me bouquet now. Not on my grave, and me bouquet now. While I go smell them, give me bouquet now. Go call me name. Call me name, call me name. Let me hear it. Call me name, let we celebrate. Call me name, now I'm alive. Call me name, let me hear it. All I know is I want me flowers. Wait until I go 6 feet under. Give me them. All I know is I want me flowers. Wait until I go 6 feet under. Give me praise and me bouquet now. While I go smell them, give me bouquet now. Not on my grave and me bouquet now. While I go smell them, give me bouquet now.
Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of silence for the fallen panmen and soldiers, Mineda Karikou and Biddy Martini. National Stadium, they're cheering for Pan Osea. Yeah, you get a bouquet. Fine.
I was very impressed with the ending, a traditional ending. You know, sometimes in the ending, the band signals that you're coming to an end because of the structure that they're using at the ending. And I got it. I got the signal. You know, it's traditional. It was well done. One of the things I want to point out with that arrangement is the rhythmic structure changed from, once I say soca, calypso, to salsa. And it is not easily done because you're changing from one extreme to another with a different a Latin style or different cultural style. And they did it very, very well. I got a Latin, I had a little salsa to myself, and it was well done, cleverly done. And then they went back into the original rhythmic structure that they started off with, which is soca or calypso. And that was well done. And, you know, a lot of bands sometimes don't do it because sometimes it's risky going into a different rhythmic structure and then coming back to the original. And he did it very well.
Yeah, and again, I just want to compliment the band. For the two members, and we see I think that the large percentage of it are really children. Yeah. I would say children under the age of maybe 15.
Yeah.
So again, we want to compliment them. They give a good showing of themselves in terms of that arrangement. Again, we heard that motivic movement there. Hand me my bouquet now.
Yeah.
And again, it is a nice sweet part, but they played around with it a lot, did a lot of different things. Whether it was the tenor playing it and then you had the background or the bass doing something else, or the time when you had the middle section playing it and the front line was doing something else, all adding to the reharmonization as well as the melodic and motivic development. I think it was a good interpretation of the song, including the fact, I think coming to the end, where they had a short break and they just said bouquet now. Yeah. I saw something to that effect, just to highlight and remind people what it is they were doing. The children, you could see they had that nice spirit in terms of playing the pan. They were there, they were enjoying themselves, having fun while they played. And that in itself aids a lot in terms of what you do, because when the audience see you enjoying your music, you kind of transcend that over to them. So it was really good seeing them doing that, you know, performing as they played. And as you said, the movement in terms of the different rhythmic patterns that they use, that was also good. And by the way, I think it is fair to say we have heard that in some of the bands that came before as well, yeah? They played around with that a lot. So a very, very good performance by, again, a small band. Although they have been around for quite a while, but they're still considered a small band. So I think Mr. Kada, the arranger, he must be justly pleased with the performance.
Yeah, I believe so. I have seen Pan Osea before on a larger scale, as we will know, you know. But it's good. It's good that they didn't let the size, you know, deter them from showcasing themselves.
Yeah.
And this is very commendable. We have a few bands that has not been in large numbers, but they're here and they're making a statement. And you know, the recruitment drive and encouragement to play Pan is, you know, it's continuing to grow, you know. And Pan is on the rise in Grenada.
It's very much on the rise and alive. I can tell you that.
Very much alive.
Yes.
And what I was also impressed with is, I mean, after sometimes 3 months or 4 months of practicing, you have to come on this night and enjoy yourself. You know, this is the grand finale of all the hard work.
It is.
You know, standing up in the panels for hours, you're sleepy, you're tired, you're hungry.
And it's definitely a lot of hard work.
Oh,
I mean, we know it. We've been down that road before.
Yeah, we've been down that road before.
So you basically come now and you exhale at the end of it all.
Yeah, you know. Yeah. And they executed very well.
They did.
And enjoyed themselves. And this is what it's about. Music is to be enjoyed, to create a sense of happiness, and to just have a good time. It frees the mind and frees the soul. Give you a free spirit to express yourself. And they did that very beautifully here tonight.
So, of course, the judges, they have their work to do. And the judges for tonight, we have Ezra Joseph. He is from Trinidad. We also have Roger Sardina from Trinidad as well. And Mr. Lambert Phillip, also from Trinidad. In addition, we have Andy Lewis. He used to be the former band leader of the Royal Grenada Police Force Band. And we also have Mr. Colin Matthew, who is also a member of the Royal Grenada Police Force Band. So we have these 5 judges, and as I said, they have their work cut out. They are the people that are going to be doing the judging, while we could afford to be here giving you the comment, telling you what we think in terms of the performance of the band. And they have been going well thus far.
Yeah, I want to touch a bit about the judging when you say we are here commentating, because I know, sitting in the judge's seat for Panorama, it's not easy. I have been there, many times, being a judge, and it's not easy. There's so many things that you have to listen. Remember, you have to wipe away what you just heard previously and start afresh, start anew. And it's not easy, because sometimes if you're not careful, what you just heard still remains with you. You cannot hear what you just heard.
And I'm glad you raised it, because it is something I also plan to speak about tonight. The whole question of judges. So, for example, we said who the judges are and we said what the criteria were. Just to repeat, for example, on that arrangement, we say 40 points. And sometimes, I think of how do you really distribute that 40 points? What do you do? What do you think of? Under that arrangement, we have the introduction. When the band introduced what it's playing, it made that opening statement. It says this is the tempo I be playing at. It says this is the key I'm playing in, and so forth. Then we have the reharmonization, which we already spent some time discussing in terms of playing around with the chords and how you get them to help embellish and make the music sound a lot richer, a lot better, and add to the dynamics and everything else. But the whole question of the rubric. So if, for example, we're looking at 40 points for arrangement, and we have these 4 categories: introduction, reharmonization, melodic development, and motivic development. And we don't know exactly what the judges are doing, but we just to help you as our listening audience, we could afford to say if we split each of these in 10 to get a 40, and we kind of do some kind of rubric to indicate how you're going to judge. So, for example, if you are judging the introduction, there are certain things you're looking for in the introduction, some of which I mentioned. So you probably say, okay, we can now take, if they do it excellently, they get the full 10 points for that, right? Which means all the elements you're looking for, it's there. If it's not so good, let's say if it's just very good, which means they did some of it, you're probably thinking of giving them 8 or 9 points. If it was good, you're probably thinking, well, they did about 50% of what I'm expecting, so you give them 6 or 7 points. And I'm just putting it up because as people go along and they listen, they themselves as audience, they're doing the judging. So we just give them, and although I'm doing this for the introduction, this can be applied to almost any other area of it.
But I'll tell you something, sis. I mean,
yes,
introduction will never be 10 points. It's impossible. It's too much, because it's a very short demonstration as to what is to come. It doesn't carry a long development structure that will allow it to give you that amount of points.
But in terms of this, it's statement on what it does. But again, I say I just using it just for explanation purposes. Because, for example, you could be fair. You might get 4 to 5 out of the 10 points, or you might be weak. And if you're weak and I'm present, we still expect you to get something, right? So there we go.
I think the bulk of the points will go down to motive development and so on.
Yes, that is correct.
That's the meat of the arrangement.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's the meat of the arrangement. And you have a lot of time to do things with it. By the introduction, it's just episodes of the original song.
Which
a minute,
about 30 seconds,
30 45 minutes.
To 45 seconds.
You can get 10 points there. You could be as good as gold
But I wouldn't say you can't. I mean, if you're judging and you think what you expect a year in it, all areas are covered.
In a 30-second space, with 40 points to be distributed, with all those other things, motivate development.
Yeah.
But
no, because
melodic development.
Yeah.
You know, melodic development and motive development is the.
You would
meat
think there will
of
be distribution of those. If you're using a rubric, those will get the
those
higher,
will get higher
points.
points. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's where you have to prove yourself in development and so on, you know, so those will get higher points. But an introduction should be short and make a statement as to
Very
what is to
powerful
come.
statement as what is to come.
Not too long, because
Yeah.
we want to hear what you can do with the original melodic structure of the song.
Yeah, so that opening statement is extremely important because it sets the tone, it says what I'm going to do further down, you know, and so forth.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Now we've seen the other band is getting on stage, and may I say, Alan, I think the process in terms of band on and off stage is going relatively well. Yeah,
smoothly
very
and
smooth.
quickly.
Yeah. So the next band on stage is the Gravel and Concrete Pan Angels, and I'm really happy to see this band is now sponsored.
Oh, beautiful.
So, you know, again, it is our hope that this will just aid in the band developing in all its areas. I know sometimes you have these sponsors coming on board, and what you start thinking now is improving your arranger in terms of who you get to arrange, improvement in terms of who you get to tune the pan, the tonal quality. So, you know, the whole question of the sponsorship does play a very critical role in the development of the band and what aids them in going forward and doing better.
Looking at the band on stage, I can also see that some of the instruments were part of that program we spoke about.
Yes.
That new initiative
Yes.
that the ministry has taken to develop steel bands in Grenada.
Yeah.
Some of the pans you can see that they were given, you know, to that Pan Angels, so that they can further expand the membership and to come with a bigger side here in Panorama. And I have to expound on this because this is a very, very wonderful initiative by the movement, by the ministry, by the government, to initiate this beautiful, you know, scenery whereby they give young people an opportunity to play and to develop themselves through music via the steel pan. And that's very, very beautiful. I commend them, and I highly commend them. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. You
So
can see the fruits of the labor tonight.
You can. So Minister Thomas and Chief Cultural Officer Jacob, take your flowers now. Take your bouquet now, okay?
Yeah,
and this song, the other Gravel and Concrete, they're going to be playing Tongue Action again by Short Pre. So we see Short Pre here. Two of his songs are being performed tonight, which all spells well for him coming out of Carriacou.
It tells you his structure for compositions, that his song is broad-based and could use widely for a lot of different things. Sometimes you have a song and it narrows you, but short piece compositions allows him to have his song being used widely, and that's
so.
very, very
At this point, we go on stage for the introduction of the band.
It's from Grand Roy in St. John. They are sponsored by Gravel and Concrete Emulsions. The band was formed in 2004. The manager, still Fletcher Welsh. Arranger, Mr. Denver Menz. Captain, Kish Robertson. The drill master, Denver Menz. The tuner, Marvin Corner. Number of players, 41. The tune of choice, Tongue Action by Short Pre. National Stadium, put your hands together, let's welcome, let's meet and greet Gravel and Concrete, Grand Roy, Pan Angels!
Yo, you're gonna release the beast by
Tongue,
That's what she want.
them girls them love fun.
That they like.
Tongue. That's what the girls want.
Well, as a Rasta man, Normally me no go downtown. So when I do, I go make it count. Last week I take her downtown and she shut off a couple rounds. Hit a couple spots where we never been. Yes, we try new things. One night of pleasure, one night, that's all. Could bring a lifetime of change. One night of pleasure, one night. One spark is all that it takes. And I say it straight, I feel right now she fall in love with the tongue action. Tongue action, the sweet action in tongue. Cause every night she in me head about tongue action. Tongue action, it's real action downtown. She said, come on now, let we go. Come on, let's go. I want to go downtown and party some more. I could do with that action all over again. Whether sun, whether rain, let's do it again. One night of pleasure, one night shows a spark, could bring a lifetime of change. One night of pleasure, one night. One spark is all that it takes. And I say it straight, I feel right now she fall in love with the tongue action. Tongue action, it's sweet action in tongue. Cause every night she hit me head about tongue action. Tongue action, it's real action downtown. Say come on boy and let we go. Come on boy, let's go. I have a big surprise waiting just for you. My girlfriend calling me, yeah she keep texting me. How she want to go party, jump for fun with me. One night of pleasure, one night. One little spark could bring a lifetime of change.
National Stadium. Let's hear it for Gravel and Concrete, Grand Roy, Pan Angels.
I remember all of them playing good.
Another good performance, I will say, from the Gravel and Concrete Pan Angels. Again, it's a relatively small band, 41 members, but they were so spirited. And when you look at the large combination of members are children, which speaks well for the Pan movement in Grenada. But they had a very spirited performance. From the very onset, from the intro all the way down to that final ending, you can hear that motivic piece of that song that keeps spelled out, that one night. And I think they did very well. Apart from the introductions, making that open statement, we all again heard the arrangement. I think the arranger, Denver Menz, he has really tried well, if I may say so, in this arrangement. I mean, you can hear, in my opinion, you can hear some improvement over what you probably would have heard from him for some of the other years. And that in itself sends a very good signal as the Pan movement in Grenada continues to develop. So we have these small bands, and we have seen the development in what they're doing. We've seen the community and the community involvement in terms of the parents going along with the children and having it going. And once this continues to take place, we can only see greater things coming from them. So that movement, in terms of growth, very well. I just want to make a little comment in terms of the uniform. I really liked it. Looked very well. And if you want to know what does that have to do in terms of the performance, what you portray in terms of your look also assists you. It gives a little vibes in terms of how you feel, your comfort in terms of what you wear. So all these little elements we looked at sometimes, and we just want to make sure that we don't let anything pass by. So we want to, again, compliment them on a good performance, and we wish them well as they go forward. Alan, you take on the performance?
Yeah, just to touch on the uniform, it's like anyone dressing at home. Sometimes what you wear boosts your confidence. It makes a statement as to who you are. And it goes also within the creative and performing arts. And tonight we observed that beautiful clothing that they were they're dramatizing the music with. But one of the things says that I've seen in recent years, it's a good thing, but it's an observation. A lot of the bands, or all of the bands, are dominated more by females. Mm-hmm. You have more females playing pan more than men. Than in the past was more men playing pan. But what
men
I'm saying
dominated, yes. No, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah,
you're absolutely correct.
In many bands, you might find one or two women, and it's a good thing. And I've went around and I've seen a lot of young women playing pan, and I remember the Croquetta had a song called "Where the Young Men Gone." Where the young men gone? Come back. Let us build a new initiative and build our steel band as it used to be before. And we want to congratulate the young ladies and encourage more young ladies to be a part of it. But it's something that I observed.
It's an excellent observation, because, for example, what I did during the past week was to visit as much of the pan house as I can. And again, it is very, very clear that not only are there more young ladies, but there are more young ladies taking the leadership role. Some of the bands as I visited, the people that was doing the drill, the people that seemed to have been the section leaders, in a number of the cases were females. So we want to compliment them on that. So there again, you see that the driving force, they were the one there ensuring the parts practice, rehearse, and perfected. So we really want to encourage them. But as you clearly stated, we want to see the young men come forward and be more involved as well. And it's not that they're not there, but when you look at the number of young ladies, and if you compare that now to years before, so there is a need for both genders to be there, and we would like to see a good balance among them. But again, even this band, we saw a lot of children inside playing with this band.
Young girls.
Yes. So I every time I see the young people playing, it gives me hope. It tells me that there is a potential and a possibility that the steel band, not only will it get better, but it will get better knowing that the young people are involved. And the involvement of the young people is really critical, especially for its communities, because the more they're involved in the pan movement, the more they're involved with the steel band, I like to say it this way, is the lesser chance they have at being idle and getting involved in things that, quote unquote, we don't want them to get involved with. So the whole question of keeping the pan movement going and encouraging the children to be a part of it is something that is extremely significant, not just for them playing the pan, but for our communities or villages, because what it does is keep them active and engaged in something that is really good, that is healthy, and keep them away from the other things that can be seen as negative.
Added to that, pan has become so commercialized that you can make a career out of it, like me, you know. So it's not just going and join a steel band and learning to play pan for Panorama, but you can live by it, you know. And the opportunity to become a panist now, and it's so great, you know. And so if you join a steel band, don't join because you just want to play and have a good time. You take it very seriously, because you never know where it can carry you. You never know what you will end up doing. So take it seriously, and you never know what lies ahead of you. I can use myself as an example, you know, so you have to take it very seriously. And I want to congratulate all those who are playing, and I want to encourage all those who want to play, that it's a good thing to be a part of. As you said, positiveness, your energies can be channeled in a positive way from being idle, and use your time very wisely by learning to play music. And added to that, as far as I know, maybe you can correct me, there is no charge. Could you imagine that? You go in a steel band, you are assigned a pan of your choice, and you learn for free. You don't have to pay anything, you know. Just imagine that.
But I want to come back and make a couple points on that, and you'll remind me. But as we enter the discussion, it just again remind me of my brother. And when I say brother, my pan brother, my schoolmate, David Peck Edwards, he has played an instrumental role in terms of some of what we've seen here tonight. And it's just fitting that, remember him at a time like now. Because he was working in the ministry as the steel band officer. So he will go to the schools and so forth to get the young people involved. And that takes me back to the point you were making. The engagement of the young people in such a positive activity, it enhances and helps them in so many different ways. I mean, we have had, parents, and when I say we, having been involved in that same movement, the parents will tell you that the behavior of the children sometimes has improved or does improve when they get involved in playing the steel band. The discipline, the whole attitude towards things like the schoolwork, even the capacity to, what I would say, remember things, including schoolwork. So some way, somehow, there is something that is really good and positive in being a part of the steel band movement and going and learn to play. Well, you made a point, but I would say it slightly different. You may probably go there to want to learn to play pan, but when you get there, you will soon realize that it's a lot more than just learning to play pan or learning to play a song. It's a family involvement, it's a family engagement. You are helped with your discipline, you are helped to be a better person, and you made a point of people making it using it as a means of a career, a means of generating revenue. And these are things that sometimes we need to make sure we emphasize. And people don't see it as something you just get involved with. There's nothing much to gain from it. But there really and truly is a lot to be gained from it if you take it seriously, if you harness your craft and improve it and get it better.
You're quite right. And this is something that we have to encourage. We have a lot of panists now who are outside playing and making a living and making themselves better, and also showcasing Grenada in a tourism format.
I tell you from my own experience, for me it was also a very good way of traveling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I know it says the same for you.
Oh.
So there are endless opportunities there. Endless opportunities.
Free travel
there.
around the world. It's join the steel band movement. Be a part of it, and you never know.
And as you made a point, it costs you absolutely nothing, but you gain so much.
Yes, it costs you nothing to be a part of a steel band. Any steel band of your choice, you join, and you become a player, and then you become a soloist, you become a panist, you can become an arranger, and the sky is the limit.
Yeah.
Tonight is ample proof of that. With all these young people we are witnessing, showcasing themselves, and also it goes also as part of your history. You can archive that. Now you have all kind of smartphone and recording. You have those evidence to show that I have been a part of this in 2026.
Yep.
It's just beautiful. It's just joyful. Just to be on that stage. I'm thinking that next year I might come back and play. I'm feeling kind of jealous.
Well, you'll always welcome back.
I miss myself being on that stage. Playing a panorama piece,
Okay. Well, the next band coming on stage, they're setting up right now, is the Republic Bank Angel Harps. And if my memory serves me right, I think they probably have approximately 14 Panorama Championship title. And if I'm wrong, forgive me, but I think it's approximately 14 of them. It's one of the oldest band on island.
Yeah.
So we should be in for a treat. I'm not sure at this point the number of players, but we will endeavor to get that information for you. But as a setup, we can see it's a fairly large band as compared to those that follow. One of the things we also noticing, I think this is the second band that is coming on stage with the using canopies.
Yes.
So again, we will endeavor to get a feel and hear what the quality of song based on the points that we elaborated on prior on the use of canopies. So we are looking forward to the Republic Bank Angel Harps. They are from Tantine. They like to pride themselves as being the Wharf Band.
The Wharf Band. Yeah, they've always done that. Yeah, they're fully canopianized, and actually they are the biggest band here tonight, based on what we're seeing of the setup. The size is massive, and
we'll endeavor to get the actual numbers.
Yeah, but they look. You can see the canopies from where we are looking from, taking up the whole stage already.
Well, that in itself, remember I spoke of the aesthetics, but not only does it make it look good, what it does, it also make it look bigger as well, eh?
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
It does make the band appear bigger than it really is.
Yeah, Angel Labs has always been a sweet-sounding band, and I am very, I wait and anticipating whatever they have to deliver here tonight. They always play with energy and with conviction, and I am waiting anxiously to see what it is that they are willing to showcase here tonight. They have always have great players. Angel Labs have known to be a band with great players, Are they the oldest steel band on the island of Comancheros? It's between Comancheros
No,
and
they
Angel
are the oldest steel band, but I tell you, really and truly, you check it, they are about actually the same age.
Yes,
Not too long
yes.
ago, that discussion came up. They were formed, I think, in 1965, if I have it right. And somehow, for some reason, Comancheros is stated as 1967. But in reality, when some research was done, it was actually 1966. The reason why they said it's 67, that was when they did the first public appearance. I think it was the first Panorama in February of 1967. So obviously, if you played in Panorama in February of 1967,
You had to be
you had to be around sometime before.
Yeah.
You know, but nonetheless, it's just part of the history.
Yeah.
But in terms of the history that is documented, Angel Harps is documented as being the oldest
Steel band
on island here in Grenada.
Yeah. But also, remember we had an old band called South Stars.
Yeah.
Belmont South Stars, who arranger was Trevor Emmanuel.
Trevor Emmanuel.
So that band is an old band, eh? Or used to be an old band.
That is correct.
Yeah, but I don't have any.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure of
Yeah.
the actual.
But
year it
Angel
was
Labs
formed.
seems to be well grounded.
Yeah.
You know, well grounded, and year after year, the presence has been felt. And I really want to see and to hear what it is they have to offer tonight. They always make a good appearances and showcase themselves in a wonderful way. And I want to see, as I said before, they're large. They're massive on that stage. You know, they have always been massive.
They take up a lot of space.
A lot of space. You know, a lot of space. But I'm in anticipation of as to what they have to offer. The Angel Harps, as you said, the Wharf Band. They like to talk about the Wharf Band.
And it just remind me as well, I know it's just been a few years now that the legendary James Clarkson is not arranging. I think Orlando, if I'm not mistaken, is the person that's working on the tune this year. As we hear the song in the background, it's Greens by Mr. Golden, last year's Groovy Monarch.
Yeah.
So that's the song that they will be performing tonight at Panorama 2026.
I also want to take this opportunity to tip my hat to the great Clacky Wakax. He has many names that he goes by. But, you know, Mr. Clarkson is a giant, not only for steel band, but as a musician. You know, wonderful person. And he has been with Angel Labs for a very, very, very long time and have many caps under his belt by being a musical arranger for Angel Labs over the years. And I want to believe he's watching tonight.
Well, and Mr. Clarkson, if you're watching, you know, we're sending all these warm greetings to you. You have been a pillar of support to so many of us in terms of music. And we want you to know how much we appreciate you, sir. So we hope you tune and you're going to be, and you are in fact enjoying what's happening here at Panorama 2026. So as I said, we have the Angel Harps. They are playing in the 6th position, and there's a total of 8 bands performing tonight. So thereafter, we have 2 more bands to go. And if you see, the time it's really going smooth. It's what, 11:15, and we already have 5 of the bands having completed the performances. So we look forward to the other 3 bands to come: Republic Bank, Angel Harps, Pan Wizards, sponsored by Blast, and the next one New Dimension. Yeah.
Rolling greens, everything is a whole mood. The life so different down here, everything in the atmosphere. When we touch a feto, we just turn it up to a different level. Yeah, we ting up there. I say, yeah, we ting up. When it comes to Pantastic style, we know it. Them can't play a madamas and we greens people, we bad. Nobody else blacker than we when we play in job. Greens people, yeah, we bad like that. I tell you, I whoever they go tell you that. Don't in greens, we don't joke around with the job, don't in greens. Every fake
number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, this band here is from Tantine in St. George. Sponsored by Republic Bank. Band was formed in 1965. The manager, Brian Sylvester. The arrangers, Jerry Tamer and Orlando Thomas. Captain, Jerry Tamer. The tuner, Mr. Dudley Dixon. Number of players, 80, with 162 pieces. Their tune of choice, Young in Greens by Mr. Golden. 14 times Panorama champs. National Stadium. Put your hands together. Let's welcome on stage band number 6, Republic Bank, Angel Hops. National Stadium, Republic Bank, Angel Hops.
A beautiful rendition there from the Republic Bank Angel Harp, playing greens by Mr. Golden. And again, you know, we hear the sweetness of the pan, we hear the blend, the balance, and the band, I think they did well. I just want to comment a bit as well on, if I think it's Orlando who did the arrangement this year, or at least if it's not him alone, but he worked along with some others. And I think he must be justly pleased and happy with what he was able to get from the Republic Bank Angel Harps players. Greens. So as I said, from the onset, you heard that statement, because when you hear the word greens, for you don't know, it's another word used for Grenada. And there's no doubt how he played around in terms of the development of the song. You can hear, you heard the crescendos, you heard the jam parts, and all of them, they know a lot of focus on da 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 da. There was a lot of emphasis there. But in particular, I also want to add, being Greens, being Grenada, he was also used apart from No Place Sweeter Than Home, which is one of Inspector's songs on Grenada. And there was also an element, again, highlighting and emphasizing the love for Grenada, also apart from the anthem being used. And it all shows how, you know, based on the theme, you come up with different ideas, you be creative in terms of developing the song and the arrangement.
Yes, that was very clever. He also used a bit of explainer. This is the second band tonight that used a part of explainer. Lauren, you know, wake up, because it's talking about going home.
Yes.
And the arranger had four of them, where we call a borrow to expound or to make your case that you're going home.
Talking about home.
Yeah, keeping with your theme, and that was very done. It was an energetic performance. The instruments were well tuned. The tuner Dudley Dixon is a top class,
yes,
renowned tuner on the world. Very, very wonderful tuner. The pans were clean. They were energetic. You can see they were filled with conviction. They were happy to execute what they were doing. And well done to Angel Harps. Yeah. Well done. And to the arranger, you know. Well
Orlando
done.
has been around for a while. One of the elders of Angel Harps. Actually, I think he lives abroad, but he came in this year to assist.
Oh,
them.
That's why I've not really heard or known much of him. Mm-hmm. Because I cannot recall seeing him around the band. So, thanks for the correction.
Yeah. And again, we can talk about the canopies, because earlier on we spoke of what it does in terms of helping the music to stay within the band so people can hear it, but also in terms of projecting it outwards. Yeah. Just a correction though, when we check the numbers, actually there were 80 members. Comancheros was 85, and I'm just making it in the context of what was said about the canopies. That does add that aesthetic, but it also make you look
large,
a lot bigger than you are sometimes.
Yeah,
But altogether, it was really a good performance from Angel Harps. So it's up to the judges again to play their part and do what has to be done.
Yeah, they definitely have their work cut out, and because the thing about judging music is that you have to have a clean sheet or clean slate for the other performer. You actually have to delete what you just heard, refresh your mind and your brain, and regain your composure, because you are about to listen to something new or different from what you just heard. And you know, in our brain there's something called memory.
Yeah.
You have a memory. You cannot just forget what you just heard, you know. So it's very, very, very difficult. And it's challenging. I've been there, so I know what I'm talking about. And I wish them good luck.
Yeah. And we made a point earlier on. I think, I'm not sure, maybe we were not on set at the time when we were talking. But the truth is that I honestly believe to be a really good judge of steel pan, some way, somehow, I believe your involvement, if you're somebody who was there playing, it gives you a greater sense and appreciation. And I'm saying it in the context, I think some people feel that just being a musician or a good musician qualifies them to judge pan. And in my opinion, that's not really the case. Because the intricacies, the whole question of how the orchestra is combined, what it is entail, which instrument is best suited to do what. If you don't know that, I think it could be a little bit of a misunderstanding from a judge's perspective. And I'm not saying you must be one, but I'm saying if you are or was a pan player, I think it puts you in a better position in terms of judging.
Yeah, I agree. Of course, you will have to have more of just that.
Yes,
but it gives you an opportunity to understand how the instrument works and which instrument plays what and why. You know, just being a musician, honestly speaking, is just doesn't cut it. You know, you have to really understand how the instrument itself works. You know, and what the other instrument is designated to do. You know, it will help a lot. But of course, you have to be a musician.
Yeah, it's got to be.
That's the first qualification.
Because
you have to be a musician.
The whole question of understanding the various, the arrangement in its broad sense.
Yeah.
And when you go down to the nitty-gritty of it, the creativity of what the arranger does, the whole question of the various development, whether it's melodic or motivic. From a musician standpoint, these are things you expected to know. Yeah. So you'll better appreciate when you hear it. You know, for example, again, we heard the going greens. You heard the going greens by the tenor, you heard the going greens by the middle section, you heard it, you know. And then sometime when one is playing something, you hear something else is overlaid on top of that. So it really does help, it really does help. But again, to go back to the performance, I say it was indeed a refreshing performance from the Republic Bank Angel Harps.
Yeah, I enjoyed the performance. As I said, very energetic, assertive, and they were filled with conviction. They enjoyed playing, you know, they enjoyed being showcased, and they were full of, as the old people will say, they were full of themselves in a good way. And congratulations. You know, congratulations. Yeah, they're just having a good time here, and all the bands so far has, you know, give a good account of themselves.
I do agree.
A very good account of themselves. And congratulations to all of them who the bands behind are still worrying. This is one of the things when you coming after.
Yeah.
The bands before went, they did their thing, they were flawless, and you're behind. You know.
And you know, you made mention of the question of judges and of wiping off what was heard. And that is really key. And again, it is why I want to expand on the need for really good judges. Because when you have a judge listening to a performance from a band, he gives them a certain amount of points. Now, what is going to happen is that there must be somewhere in his head that the points I'm giving you, you remember I spoke about the rubric, is based on what I expected from you, based on what is expected, based on the criteria. So I'm going to give you points for that. But you don't know what the other band is coming with. So there's always had to be that allowance, because it could be something better, it may be something not as good as you think of. So it's always, it's something, as I said, the judges got to be well trained and be in tune to really do justice to the arrangement of these arrangers. Yeah, remember, as an arranger, you're actually teaching a number of people something that you as an individual have in your head.
Yes.
So for them to get it, understand it, and bring it out is really critical. So when you do all that work, it is just fair, as we sometimes say, for on the judge's end, that too is something that is understood, appreciated, so you get it right.
Yeah. Additionally, and I quite agree with you, additionally, when we were talking about possibly courses and arrangement and so, not because somebody's a musician that they are an arranger. And what is happening on the stage tonight is an arrangement. You see, it's become more complicated because you could be a musician and a judge, but do not understand musical arrangements. And what is happening in Panorama is not just a song where a band play and somebody sing.
Yeah.
It is a musical arrangement of an original piece.
So you hear that original piece, and your role now as the arranger is to embellish it, develop it, add on to it, put color to it, brighten it here, paint it there, and so forth. And it is important as judges that you understand that.
You have to interpret it.
Yeah, you got to be
But if you lack the understanding, the knowledge, or the experience to interpret, because it's easy for anybody to just play an ordinary song and you'll know the song and you like it. But when you've gone into the musical arrangement, motive development, melodic development, and so on, you have to have the knowledge and the ability to follow the arranger.
Yeah.
So that you could give him fair score. See, so there's a lot of work to be done.
There's a lot of work to be done. And if we take this simplistic part of this, we talk about the intricacies in the arrangement. The truth is that, and I'm glad we're doing this because it is my hope that the listening audience will learn a little bit more by virtue of what we're doing. Because there's some people who tell you, I enjoy pan, but I enjoy it when I hear what I know is being sung. But what we're saying here in the case of Panorama, it goes way beyond that.
Yes.
So you expect to hear what is being sung by, in this case, the artist, the calypsonian, whoever, but it goes beyond that, because what we expect is that when the arranger does the arrangement, that you hear a lot more added to what you would have heard originally.
Yeah, I want to put it in the essence of flowers.
Yes.
Somebody can give you all the beautiful flowers, but you have to arrange them. The flowers doesn't have
To
any
make it a
beauty.
bouquet, for it to look proper.
The flowers by itself, somebody give it in front of you, bundled up together, doesn't have any beauty.
I like that analogy.
You see,
I really do.
you have to take the rose, you put it in the middle, you put the others around it, and then you say, the same flowers that was on the ground looking messy, when somebody who understands arrangement and design put it together, you can't believe that was the same flowers.
Excellent. Excellent.
You understand?
And that's the point I was making. So you have the arranger with all these ideas in his head. He comes and he teaches, you know, to a number of people, in this case 80 in the case of harps. So it's really important that it is something that we really understand. All these parts coming together to give you that full, beautiful song, and not just something by itself.
Yes, you have to understand. You have to understand arrangements in order to give good merit, good points, honest points to the arranger. You have to do justice to the arranger.
You have to do that. Yeah.
So we hope that you know, the powers that be, you know, that's the direction we have to go in order to make it better.
So it is something that from a ministry standpoint, from a cultural foundation standpoint, from a Spice Mass standpoint, that must be taken on board. The whole question of training, judges workshop, I would say the whole question of capacity building altogether. Because Spice Mass, I could say it would always remain Spice Mass, but what goes into Spice Mass to make it a great event is really what hinges on the different elements, whether it's the mass, so having people building costume is going to be important. In the case of the steel band, having people understanding how to tune the pan, or how to blend the pan, and how to arrange the music is important, and so forth. You know, so it's really critical that we have that capacity building. In the case of the calypso, the whole question of how you write and construct your calypso and compose them. So these are some of the things that I see as really instrumental in terms of developing Spice Mass. We could even think of it a step further. The parish committees, what do they do? What do they do in the parish? What it is that they do that eventually will have that showcased on the main stage? What happens to a traditional mass and all of those? And I mean, as I expound on those, the emphasis is on pan, yes, but this is just one element of what makes Spice Mass the best mass by far.
Exactly. I recommend courses. For me, my understanding or interpretation of a workshop is for people who already know, and you refreshing the memory. You add into the juice or fuel. You cannot just do a workshop and be qualified. Are you telling me I could do a workshop in medicine and start treating patients?
Well, as a matter of fact, I will say to you no, and I know that. Because even in the case of if to be a judging panorama or anything else, I believe a large percentage of any element of training must involve the practical aspect. So in this case, you go to a workshop on judging pan, and I think there should be recordings of pan panoramas or pan music played on the pan.
Yes.
And you have people, after you go through and you do certain theoretical aspect with them, you now have them listen and judge the pan.
Yes.
And you look at what happens there, you go through it, you analyze it, you see where people are strong, you probably see where they're weak, and you help them to develop accordingly.
Yeah, and we're saying this because that is the direction we have to go.
That is the
for
direction
improvement
we must go for.
and for fairness,
Yeah.
of the people that is presenting.
Yeah. So the next band coming on stage is the Pan Wizards. They are, as a matter of fact, they are on stage, set up, sponsored by Blast. So at this stage, we would hand you over to the MC on stage.
Oi. Sit down and behave yourself. National Stadium, are we ready? Band number 7. Woo! From right here in River Road. Sponsored by Blast. The band was formed in 1996. The manager, Rhea Nelson. The arranger, Terrell Joseph. Captain, Carl Stewart. Drill master, Terrell Joseph. Tuner, Augustus Peters. Number of players, 65. This band won Panorama in 2004. They placed second, 98, 2000, 2005, and 2009. Their tune of choice, The Return by Boise. National Stadium. Put your hands together. Let's welcome, let's meet and greet Blast River Road Pan Wizards.
Me as them who are you waiting on? They say they waiting on the youth for the gun. They coming. Why tell them me fans are coming? Why come to the rich are coming? Hold on. All the local trouble coming. Yes, I'm coming. You come clean, but we live in dirty. Hey, the people cry shame and way. Hey, maybe easy job inside way. Hey, nobody can take this from way. So no one.
National Stadium. Let's hear it for Blast Pan Wizards.
Karim, them judge have a hard job tonight, boy.
A very energetic performance day from the Wizards, the River Road Pan Wizards. And I must say, from when it started, somehow I find it was a little bit slow, but I think they catch on to the tempo coming later on, and it then started to sound a bit sweeter than how it started. But a very good performance, I would say, from the Pan Wizards. And just to take you back on some info out here, that band, it was formed in 1996. They're presently practicing at the River Road. That's where the GFA office is. And I'm saying all of that because this band had some challenges, including losing its leader and arranger last year in the person of Michael Blaze Robertson. So the arrangement we heard this year is from a young arranger, Tyrrell Joseph. And from talking to Tyrrell, I think Tyrrell is just about 28. It is his first panorama arrangement. And I think he did an excellent job in terms of what we have heard from the Pan Wizards. And he could only get better with time and more arrangement. So well done, Tyrrell, and you just got to stick at it. The manager of this band is Rhea Nelson, and again, it's a female. So you see the female power that is how it's taken over. The captain is Carl Stewart, and the song that was performed tonight by the River Road Pan Wizards is The Return. That's one of Boise's composition. I think they had a really good ending, but in between we had some, what I consider some nice, clean. I think the band, though a bit small, you had a really good balance in that you were able to hear all the different instruments, whether the front line, middle section, and the bass, as well as the rhythm section coming through, really nice and clean. The introduction, as I said before, I thought it was a bit slow, but it came on really well. The reharmonization and the development, both melodic and motivic. I think Tyrrell really did a good job, especially as a young arranger, in terms of getting the song out and sung in as nice and clean as it did. There was some nice dynamics as well in terms of you had a few crescendos inside there, and you could hear that, how it enhanced the music and make it come alive. Your comments, Alan?
Yeah, let me take this opportunity also to commend the former arranger and director of the band, Michael Blaze Robertson. Peace be upon him. But it is also heartfelt, satisfaction that though his passing, the band is here tonight, showcasing themselves. So it's like his legacy continues to live on, and I'm very, very happy about that. Very, very, very happy to see that. I think that the performance was a very good one. It is one of the bands where the arranged parts were more clear. I mentioned that because when you are arranging and when you are listening, you want to hear what the lead instrument, which is the tenor, is doing. The band is a support for the melodic structure. The tenor takes the lead, and the other part of the band, the different instruments supports them. And I found that the tenors, I was not struggling to hear it. Tonight, most of the bands I find had that challenge. Nice music, nice arrangements, but I find it was struggling to hear the frontline pans, bringing out the melodic structure. And this band did that very well. Of course, the pan were well tuned. You could see they were well rehearsed. The carnival spirit, they exhibited that beautifully. And they should be proud of themselves. I want to congratulate that young man that you mentioned,
Tyrrell Joseph.
on his first panorama, because I remember myself also when I didn't arrange the first time. You know, there are a lot of things you don't know. You know.
And some you don't know that you don't know.
You don't know. You know, my first panorama arrangement, a lot of things I didn't know. It was new to me. Although although I am a good player, but being a good player doesn't make you a good arranger. You see, it's a process. It grows in you. You learn. And I want to congratulate him. I think he's going to do well. We have to encourage him to continue, and his future could be bright as an arranger.
Yeah, and the good thing again, as a community band, the River Road community, you know, once these bands are established in this community, once you get the support from your community members, longevity is something that will be sustained. And of course, you always have that potential for growth. So I really do hope that himself as arranger and drill master, together with the captain Carl and the manager Ria, I hope that, you know, they can do some work in terms of getting the band to grow. Because I think the number tonight is 65 members, and we know that this is a band that used to be bigger than that at some point. But that being said, I think that with the potential in terms of what we've heard tonight, both from a ranger standpoint as well as player standpoint, the band does have a future, and the executive members just need to do their part and what has to be done. Some of the band achievement, they came first in Panorama in 2004. They came second a few times in 1998, 2000, as well as 2005 and 2009. They were the winner of the bomb competition in 2004, as well as 2017 and 2018. So they have a track record of being one of the top band in Grenada. So as I said, despite the loss of the former leader, Michael Blaze Robertson, we are hoping and trusting that the present core of members will take the band forward into the future.
Yeah, and just a note, as you mentioned that, we also have to recognize and acknowledge that Rainbow All Stars have a new arranger because their arranger died also.
That's correct.
And it is so unfortunate that Othniel is his name.
Yeah.
He died about 3 or 4 days after Blaze.
That is absolutely correct. I still
I mean,
recall we were at the third night with Blaze.
Yes, he was there.
And we were all there talking.
He was in the wake.
Yeah.
You know, so we lost, and he's also a good arranger.
Yeah.
So we have lost 2 great arrangers, one after the other. And peace be upon them. But the both steel bands, though they lost the leaders, has been representing very well here tonight. And we can only hope that there's continuity and growth.
Yeah. But as we talk about loss, I think the steel band movement in Grenada for the last year has had some significant losses in terms of members. As we recall, we also had Roger Depredine, who was a former player of Angel Harps,
yes,
and one of those players at what is the name of the band? I think it's Rockers in New York. He had passed. We had Kenton Fry Roberts, who you would have played with in New Dimension. He also passed. And we had the legendary Dennis Phillip, who at 90 was still playing with Comancheros. As a matter of fact, he played Panama last year. So, you know, these are some of the people who have, in fact, left us in addition to the 2 we already mentioned. So. But I tell you what, they came, they played a part, and the baton has been passed on. So it's just to keep it going.
They have contributed immensely towards the development of steel band over the years. And we have to encourage young ones to take up the mantle because the race has to continue.
It has to.
You know, and we still around doing our own little part. We had our little discussions on our break, you know, of our ideas and how we want to contribute. And, you know, we will take our ideas forward to see how we could further develop the steel band movement in Grenada. But I must say that you know, all the bands tonight did very well. And the energetic performance and the assertiveness, they did very, very well.
I mean, and you can hear the maturity in the arrangements that came forward. So the next band on stage, almost complete setting up, is the New Dimension Steel Orchestra. And that band was formed in 1968. Sorry.
No.
In 1988.
Yeah.
And they also had their first panorama that same year. The junior band was formed in 2003. They're presently located on Melville Street, St. George, sponsored by Nexus. So again, we have seen and continue to see what sponsorship and the assistance given to the steel band, how it helps them to propel, develop, and get better. So Nexa Credit Union is the sponsor. The band manager is Miss Sherma Ann Roberts Joseph. The arranger is Cordell Bayam. Captain Ricardo Ashton. And the tuner is Terrence Shepard. This evening they are performing with 80 members, which is similar to that of Angel Harps, and they have 178 pieces. The name of the panorama tune is I Got Me, and that's a song that very popular from last year, done by Sakina.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to hear it because there's some really nice movement on the original song version of the song.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it helps arrangers, it gives you an advantage.
It does.
If the progressional structure of the song is beautiful,
yes,
it helps you to build a motive very easily.
It does. So we look forward to hear what the Dimension has. In terms of their achievement, there's one Junior Panorama Championship. They have 14, quite similar to that of Angel Harps, 4 Senior Panorama Championship, and 10 Pan Expression or Bomb Tune Championship. So this again is a band that know what it is to be winning. So we will expect to hear, a really sterling performance from them. That's what we're looking forward to.
Yes, I've been playing in the 8th position, which is the last position. As I said before, gives you an advantage, but everybody went before you, and you have to be careful.
Forward, yes.
Because everybody already made their statement.
Yes.
And you're the last, so it could be an advantage or disadvantage, but all the bands were well rehearsed, and so far they gave a great account of themselves, except Nexa New Dimension,
who has not played.
Yet. So.
We expect nothing short of similar.
Yeah, we expect nothing short, but we have to wait and see.
Yes.
Yes.
So what we can do is just for you, the listener and viewing audience, to get a feel of the song that they'll be doing. We can allow you to hear some of that as it's being played by the DJ on stage.
Sometimes, but I can't. People only love you when you're gone. So I come to please myself. Oh no, they don't want me, the people fail. No, they don't want me, the people blessed. They say I can control myself. The man, when I drink rum. For me because I got when I only root for the homeless.
Are you ready? National Stadium. Band number 8. National Stadium, the final band in competition tonight. From Melville Street in St. George. Sponsored by Nexa Credit Union. This band was formed in 1988. The manager, Mrs. Shama and Robert Joseph. Arranger, Mr. Cordell Byam. Captain, Ricardo Ashton. Tuner, Terrence Shepard. Number of players tonight, 80. 178 pieces of instrument. The tune of choice, I Got Me by Sakina. Ladies and gentlemen, 14 times Panorama champs. National Stadium, put your hands together. Let's meet and greet band number 8. Let's hear it for Nexa New Dimension.
I try to be here sometimes, but I can't. People only love you when you're gone. So I come to please myself. Oh no, no, they don't want me, the people fail. No, they don't want me, the people bless. They say I can't control myself, no man, when I drink rum. Oh, and when the day done, I could be the only one jumping up in the stadium. I could be the only one winding down on the road. I got me, and I don't need nobody, nobody. And when the day done, so come make me feel like a baby on a playground. Rock away with your bad vibes, I don't want you to hear. I got me, and I don't need nobody. So when you see me, don't pray for me because I got when I only root for the homeless, I got on the carnage in a Juve. I got me. No, I don't need nobody. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. I'm going all out for all to see. The soon it'll all be a memory. So I come to be free. Control myself, oh no, when I drink rum. Oh, and when the day done, I could be the only one jumping up in the stadium. I could be the only one winding down on the road. I got me, and I don't need nobody, nobody. And when the day done, so come make me feel like a baby on a playground. Rock away with your bad vibes, I don't want you to hear.
National Stadium. Nexa New Dimension.
A very enticing and exhilarating performance, I must say, man. No, I really did enjoy the performance. From the onset, you couldn't miss it in that introduction in terms of the team. I don't need nobody. And what was unusual, most time you hear a Kong for Panorama, you get that for Kong. What you got was like almost like a 2 silent and a 2 to start. So you heard 1, 2, and it almost like caught you off guard with I don't need nobody as a start. And all the way down to the end where it says, I got me. So I think it was a really, really exhilarating performance from the New Dimensions. The next New Dimension. So you got that 2 count, as I said, and even when they came to the verse, after that very powerful introduction, when they came to the first few lines in the verse, you had the front lines playing and the absence of the back, the bass and so. And I think that was really nice. So when they came in, you could have just said, okay, yes, we are on the way moving. There was some really excellent reharmonization throughout the performances. In particular, there were parts in the verse that I thought stood out very well. And there was some short, really short, and what I would say sweet crescendos. You know, it wasn't a long one where you start and you build up and you graduate. It was like, not for now, short up. Excellent work. And the truth is that in terms of controlling those short crescendos, they usually are more difficult to do. So I think you could feel and get a sense that the band was well drilled, the players are well skilled, and they did a really great performance. There were short part with a call and answer, again, playing on that motivic line, you know, in terms of I don't need nobody, I just got me. And there was, what I will say, a fake change of key. And let me explain what I mean by that. The entire song, the key was never changed, but it was just changed, go up, and then came right back. Again, on the motive line, it just went, I don't need, and then it came back to the original key. And there was a really nice jam in between that as well, again playing on the line. And as I said, it was a really exhilarating ending with I got me, I don't need nobody.
Yeah,
I think Cordell did a really excellent job on that song.
Yeah.
And the truth, as we said before, the song itself, it kind of naturally lends to that good feel.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, he did justice with it.
Yes, I want to point out, well, there are many things that I want to point out, but you said a lot of things that, you know, I want to believe you arranged your song. Because you are so on point, you know, with how you were able to capture and relate the pieces, you know. And we mentioned the canopies and the front lines. The pans well tuned, but you heard the arrangement from the front lines. I heard the tenors very clearly. And again, that could be a contributor towards having canopies, very important. The energetic initiative that was exhibited by the band, you know, it's like they came out for blood. You know, it was like a war, you know, and they kept the momentum, you know, right through the performance. They were assertive, they were sure of themselves, they were full of conviction. Cordell conducted the band excellently. As an arranger, you will know where all the parts are. But you made a very, very good observation, and I'll tell you what is it. When you mention, it is common knowledge that there's a common way of doing crescendos, okay? Sometimes for 6 beats, 8 beats. And he did it 2 beats each, which is extremely difficult to do and get it effective, okay? And being an arranger yourself, you know that.
Yes, it is.
Very difficult. And he was able to get the band to do it, I think, in about 3 tries and so while
That's
he's moving
correct.
through
That
the
is
motive.
correct. 3 of them, yeah.
Yeah, very, very beautiful. The arrangement was so dynamic. It has so many different moving parts. This is what we were talking about, being repetitive.
Yeah.
There were so many moving parts in the arrangement. And, you know, he had short jams, nice staccato structures,
Yeah.
using the drums and the rhythm section together with the bass. And then you made a point again that I've never seen before. It is the first time I have seen a panorama arrangement where the first, I would say, 2 lines of the original melodic structure left out the background of the orchestra. So what he did, he teased you and wondering what is going on. You hear this part, you say, well, where's the bass? Where's the cellos? Where's the guitar? And then you hear bam, 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 bam. You know, it was mesmerizing. A beautiful arrangement.
I just wonder if we shouldn't be taking this online. The tribute, yeah.
Supporters never had to worry that their jerseys were always sorted, especially around Panorama time, because he made it his duty to have them in a timely manner. No one poured a drink or a good vibes like Fry. He was without doubt Dimension's #1 barman. His contribution to New Dimension is etched in the new hearts and will never be forgotten. Mr. Kenton Fry Roberts. Roger Jazzy Depredin was an exceptional tenor pianist. He was one of a string of family members that played with Angel Harp Steel Orchestra. In New York, he was a founding member of Pan Rockers Steel Orchestra and represented the steel band community with distinction. His vision birthed the new band for Angel Harps in 1990s. We acknowledge his contribution to the furtherance and development of the steel band art form. Thank you, Roger. Rest in eternal peace. Othniel Sinclair. Sunset, September 2025. Was the arranger for the Rainbow City All-Stars, who was privileged to share some of the most intimate knowledge and a musical experience with him since 1995. He carried the souls of Grenada musical heritage in his hand, shaping notes into stories and rhythms into legacy. His other love was playing the saxophone, to which he played with much passion and joy. Music was truly his passion and life. Grenada has lost a treasure, a dedicated musician and teacher of the art form. His contributions to the parish and his dedication to inspiring children through the art of playing steel pan and the melody of his spirit will forever resonate in our hearts. The music he shared continues to echo throughout the Pan fraternity. Though you have left this world, your memory lives on in our hearts, bringing comfort and music. Rest peacefully in eternal embrace. Michael Blaze Robertson, September 2025. was a distinguished figure within Grenada's cultural landscape, whose exceptional talent and unwavering dedication to the advancement of steel pan music have left an enduring legacy. He was the esteemed arranger for approximately 30 years, also manager and mentor of the River Road Pan Wizard Steel Orchestra. He served as president of the Grenada Steel Band Association and was a judge for Spice Mass Corporation in Calypso. He advocated for education for his team members and with the quote, "The stars is the limit." He was the first arranger to include other musical instruments to be used with the pan, including singing. His legacy will live on through the music he created, the lives he touched, and the cultural pride he so passionately upheld. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Ladies and gentlemen, Joanna Ragbir Leslie, sunset May 2026. The Grenada Steel Band Association mourns the passing of Miss Joanna Ragbir Leslie of Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Ragbir Leslie served as an adjudicator for the steel band competition in Grenada since 2018. She last adjudicated at our recently held Pan Expression on Sunday, 26th April at the Tantine Netball Court. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Ladies and gentlemen, those were some of our fallen soldiers, and we always like to remember their contributions to the art form here in Grenada.
Yes, well, we are back, and our condolences to the family of those who have passed and have made significant contributions towards the steel band movement in Grenada. And may their souls rest in peace. It says, as we were discussing earlier on, about what we heard tonight from all the bands, and the judges have their work cut out. They all played well. They executed their arrangements beautifully. The pans were well tuned. Some bands were larger than others, and we are waiting to see what the judges have to say. But I'm quite satisfied that we had a smooth show. The band moved on and off the stage in a very timely manner. You know, and made a band that satisfied the criteria the most wins.
Yeah.
You know.
And I think it's just fitting that we made a point, because when we started with the first 2-3 bands, somehow the information was not, already provided. So we just want to apologize, and we don't want anybody to feel in any way that some information was mentioned of some bands and not of others. But we heard from the 8 bands, and I would say, as you already said, they all did really well in terms of their arrangements. So we heard from the core band Comancheros, which was the largest band on show tonight with 85 members. And we heard those full music coming through. We had the St. Mark's All Stars. Well, first of all, let me go back. Comancheros, they played the song entitled Party Different by Dash. St. Mark All Stars, No Place Sweeter Than Home, that was an Inspector arrangement. The IMA Rainbow City All Stars, they did Tongue Action by Short Pre. Panosia, Bouquet Now by Short Pre also. Gravel and Concrete Pan Angels, Tongue Action by Short Pre. Republic Bank Angel Harps, Dung and Greens by Mr. Golden. Pan Wizards, sponsored by Blast, they did Return, that's by Boise. And we had the next New Dimension doing I Got Me by Sakina. And I think all is in order in terms of the steel band movement in Grenada. We had a variation of arrangers, and for most part, I would say young arrangers. When you think of, there's no Blaze, there's no Peck, there was no Clarkson. So I think for most part, we can say that there were a number of young arrangers. I think the youngest being Jarrell, who did the arrangement for the Pan Wizards.
Yeah.
So they all did an excellent job, and it's a matter of looking forward to hear, first of all, the judges from the result, and of course the movement forward. And we know a lot has been done in recent times by the Grenada Steel Band Association in terms of getting pan out there in a more regular and consistent basis, whether you have the pan on the sand and you have all these other event pan expression, and so other than just waiting on Panorama. So kudos to the Steel Band Association, kudos to the leaders of the steel bands. And I think we have a really good song being sung there in recognition of what the pan men and pan women are doing. You think?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
The steel band movement can only move forward. Pan can only grow. One thing I want to highlight, though, because you mentioned that with Nexa Dimension, it is always an advantage when you're choosing a song to arrange, that you look for a song that gives you the opportunity to expand on your motive easily. The wider the progressional structure of the song is better for you. Then if the song is too narrowed, it's very difficult to expand.
And sorry, but when you find a song where you could get 2 or 3 hook lines, you make it even better.
Yes.
And that song I could recall. And I took some notes. For example, I Don't Need Nobody. That was a nice hook line. And you still have another beautiful hook line that says, I Got Me.
Yeah.
And you're able to, but all it was a really excellent.
Yeah. So arrangers,
all together from all the bands.
Yeah, arrangers need to be mindful of that. You always look for a song, as you say, with more than one hook line so that you could build a motive around it and makes it easier. But I want to congratulate all the bands here tonight.
Yeah.
I have not had a Panorama probably in about 10 years. I think it's my first carnival in 10 years ago. Yeah, I was lucky.
You're lucky.
To get away from the company.
Maybe what we can do though is take you back to should I say Master Control, so we could get a little bit of what's going on stage, maybe into the last verse of a very popular song. I think it will be good for the audience to hear a piece of it.
Yes, man, not only for Panorama, but put the pan on the street. Let the foreigners hear how sweet we just be. And for any reason you can take a bet, the result you will have you won't regret. Cause people would be coming down for load, not only for the job, but to jump up in the road. Remember the early days when the steel pan was the only thing that had the people jumping to the mass as they buying it. Them Mayan men used to hold on the rhythm with a steady face. But the black woman, when she have her, bearing she wears. It was so entertaining to see even woman pushing the float on Juve morning while the steel band play. Pick up the pan man, pick up the pan man, pick up the pan woman, pick up the pan woman. Take your flag and put it up, let us get away, tell your boys when it get the right way to play. Nice of the pan man, nice of the pan man, elevate the pan woman, liberate the pan woman. Only tunes they play for you.
If you love pan more than me, go like this to me. Go like this to me. All the pan players, all the pan lovers, go like this to me. Now we waving left to right, from left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Listen, pan is carnival, pan is ritual, pan is carnival, pan is bacchanal, pan is ritual, pan is, hey, pan is carnival, pan is bacchanal. say big up, you say the pan man. Big up. Big up. When I say big up again, you say big up the pan woman. Big up. Big up. Enough respect, blessings.
Nice. Woo! Right up. Make some noise for Ballin' Net, say yeah.
Well, sis, we're back and waiting for the judges' results. And I want to, as we were speaking in terms of how we could further develop steel band in Grenada, you would have noticed, well, based on my recollection, except Mr. Harris, who has been a panchuna, who has passed. Since probably 1960 something, we have always been having to bring panchunas from Trinidad,
Yes.
to tune our steel pans. And, you know, we need to probably invest in giving scholarships, you know, for people to learn to tune and make pan, because we have to move forward. You know, we have, and you know, panchunas are expensive. It's not a cheap thing. Even pan itself is a very expensive instrument, expensive to maintain. And if my pan get damaged, which it has done before, I have to fly to Trinidad to get it fixed. I can't go up to anybody in Grenada and say, listen, this note is off, a C sharp or a B flat is off. Can you put it back in tune? I cannot do it myself. And we have nobody in Grenada or professional enough that understand the science and the knowledge to fix it.
But definitely, it's part of the capacity building I spoke of earlier on that I would really like to see us reach. And I do strongly believe, and I'm saying this because from some discussion that I was privy to some time ago, getting assistance from Trinidad in terms of developing our panchunas is something that can happen. And honestly, we should pursue that to ensure it happens. I mean, you spoke of the financial aspect of it. And the monies that you spend really on purchasing new pans, the monies that they spend on bringing tuners in to blend pans, it's really significant. I mean, not that we have an issue with those, especially coming from Trinidad, but you know, it's just a case that if we can help ourselves, it will make it easier. It will help the movement to grow. It will help us to have more bands, you know, and so forth. And I know we did some work 2 years ago with our very own Dudley Dixon, who I consider as an ace tuner. When you listen Dudley Pan and you listen the quality of it and you follow the panoramas in the UK and some of the other European countries where he's one of the predominant pan tuners, you know, you'll appreciate really and truly the hard work he does and the quality in his work. But I'm saying all of that because having had him here where we started at, we should be able to find some way of continuing. So the people that we had who started the training, that, you know, they could continue and reach a stage where they can actually produce and make pants on their own.
Yes, and at the same time, it's a career in making. You know, our pan has been so much revolutionized that all over the world it becomes so accepted, widely accepted, that production is not even enough. You know,
but, to satisfy the demands.
Yeah, and in my line of work, when I'm away, I will have many guests coming to me and ask me, "What's the name of this instrument?" You know, they want to turn it upside down. Where is the microphone? You know, how is it made? They take their hand and they want to touch it. You know, they have not seen it before. It's fascinating. It's attention grabbing, and I think this is something that we need to take a new look at, as how we could further promote and develop and encourage young people, you know, along the line. Because as I said before, it's an economical opportunity, you know, where you can make a living by and turn into a career.
Yeah. But I'm very hopeful, especially with the work that I see being done presently, which we spoke of before, by the ministries, by the initiative of the the Minister of Culture, Mr. Thomas, and his Chief Cultural Officer. I am really hopeful that we will see something happening. It may not happen in the near future, because really and truly, the tuning of a pan is not something that comes overnight. It's not something that is
It's a
two years.
science.
It's a science, and it's one that, for most part, individuals develop over a period of time. So the stick-to-itiveness is going to be key. The people that started the train, for example, they need to keep going at it, until they reach a stage where people have the confidence in that they are capable of produce good quality sound and pan. Because we must be mindful of that. It's okay, you might be a tuner, you could make pans, but everybody wants the best. So some way, somehow, and that's what happened. I know you make mention of Mr. Harris and so forth, but because of the feeling that this is what people wanted, they went to look for it outside of there. And I'm not saying that Mr. Harris was not good, but he himself as one person, there were several bands here at the time. So I see the MC is on stage. I'm not sure if he has a result. So I guess we can keep posted and just check to see. Let's hear what's coming from the MC on stage.
He looks like he's ready.
The results. So all I have to do is, what are you doing here? Go in the back, go in the back. Ladies and gentlemen, the results right here. So it will be delivered in a sealed envelope. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I want to invite on stage the CEO and the chairman of Spice Mass, Ms. Tisha Noel Grant and Mr. Ross. We'd like to invite them on stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take my time. It's sealed. I open gingerly. What do you know about that? The envelope is open. We'll be assisted here on stage by the chairman, Mr. Kurt Ross, and the CEO, Ms. Tisha Noel Grant. We have 3 lovely trophies right here. And we ask the bands to have 1 representative to collect the trophies. All right, so before you celebrate, we need to hand over the trophies. All right, so stay calm. Signed by all the judges. National Stadium. In position number 8. 231 points. Let's hear it for St. Mark's All-Stars. National Stadium in 7th position. Total of 240 points. Pan Osea. Position number 6. Scoring 241 points. Let's hear it for Gravel and Concrete, Pan Angels. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to position number 5. Total 260 points. Co-op Bank, Comancheros. Stay calm, stay calm. Position number 4. 264 points. Bless Pan Wizards. Ladies and gentlemen, position number 3. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to invite CEO and Chairman to come over here. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Tisha Noel Grant and Chairman Mr. Kurt Ross. So we ask position number 3, you'll come up and collect your trophy. All right. Scoring a total of 267 points. 3rd place, Pantastic Saturday. IMA, Rainbow City All-Stars. So someone from IMA, Rainbow City, please come. Someone from IMA, Grenada, Rainbow City All-Stars, please. So I'm going to step aside so the cameramen can do their job. Someone from Rainbow City? Ladies and gentlemen, the band placing second scored 273 points. And the band winning tonight scored 281. I am going to call the first place. And the first and second place will come up together and collect the trophies, and the celebration can continue from there. So someone from Rainbow City All-Stars? Anyone? All right, we'll have to move on. So ladies and gentlemen, second place, 273 points. First place, 281. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2 remaining bands. Who will it be? Say, folks, don't forget Real Steel event on Saturday the 15th of August. Come in any costume. Let's have a last lap with only pan music. No DJs on the street. From Port Highway to the Carnage and back, right? Yeah, you'll be there, I know. Yeah. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, 273 and 281. Your Panorama Champs. 2026, ladies and gentlemen, here on Pantastic Saturday. Who do you think? Eh? What language is that? Panorama Champs 2026, let's hear it for Next A New Dimension! Ladies and gentlemen, with a total of 273 points, second place, Republic Bank, Angel Hops. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We wish everybody a safe journey home. Remember, come out to the Calypso tomorrow, Dimashqa 2026, right here at the National Stadium.
Well, sis. As you and I, one of the wonderful things that happened here tonight is that we both are arrangers and musicians and panists. So we were on the same page. There's no surprise that Next and New Dimension won because we took our notes, we identify all the beautiful things that they've done, and so no mistake has been made. The judges got it right, and you and I, we agreed on that in principle before the results came out.
But I just want to take the opportunity to, first of all, congratulate Spice Mass on pulling off another panorama, and all 8 bands, because it takes a lot of effort, a lot of hard work to get prepared and to get at the final stage of panorama. And when I say prepared, whether it's the physical preparation, the financial preparation, so a lot goes into it. And it's just fitting that we, big up all the bands, and in particular, we congratulate the winner, Next on New Dimension, and Mr. Cordell Bayer, the arranger, who, as I said before, I think he did a fantastic job with the song.
Excellent.
And the song itself, it lends to that it makes you feel like this is something I could really work with. I want to just congratulate the other band, second place winner, Angel House, but let me just recap. So Next on New Dimension, they came first with 281 points, and they were followed by Republic Bank, Angel Harps with 273 points. In third position, Rainbow City All-Stars, that is IMA Rainbow City All-Stars, 267 points. We had Blast Pan Wizards with 264 points. Core Bank Comancheros fifth with 260 points. Grand Roy Pan Angels 241. Pan Osia 240. And St. Mark's All-Stars. And again, they should not feel a how, they should feel justly proud that they were able to make it here. And it's a matter of going up from here. It's a matter of them going back to Victoria and, continue to develop the band in terms of number, continue to develop the band in terms of the musical arrangement and the capacity building of their members, whether they're executive or whatever it is. So all in all, I said it was a good show. I think it went really nice and smooth in terms of on and off stage. And we should all feel justly proud that the winner here is Pan.
Of course.
Yes.
At the end of the day, Pan is the winner. Everybody gave a very good account of themselves. All the arrangers, all the hard work that was done, and all the players who stood up late at night. It's not about winning, but it's about being showcased and exhibiting your talent and skills. And I want to take this opportunity also to congratulate Cordell, the young man and Next New Dimension for the hard work, and to also encourage those who didn't get the first place that anything is achievable if you work hard and put your mind towards it. Keep at your music, practice, develop your skills and talent. And I also want to encourage all those who are not playing the instrument and interested in playing, you can go to any steel band around the country and register or ask them or tell them you want to learn, and they will give you a pan of your choice, and then you can become a player. Hopefully you will see you next year right here, 2027, being a part of a steel orchestra.
Okay. So we want to take this officially to say thanks to the viewing and listening audience. Wherever you are, the diaspora, wherever you are throughout the world, we thank you for tuning in and being a part of this awesome experience, Spice Mass Panorama 2026. So we thank you for being a part and for sharing your time with us. And we bid you farewell until next year, Pantastic Saturday 2027.
Thank you so much, viewers and listeners. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to reach you in your living room or in your car or wherever you are. We really appreciate your presence and the company that you share with us. And I hope to see you next year, if I get the time to come back. I'll be happy to be here to continue to, not just to bring commentary, but to share and to learn the knowledge of steel pan, especially during musical arrangement through Panorama. I'm Alan Gaskin, so most people know me as Alan G, and it was a great pleasure.
And I'm Cecil Miles, so we over and out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.